All right. We're closing in on giggity go time. 5 o'clock tonight, we are scheduled for our very first of the two qualifying sessions tonight. We'll do our Diesel TV opener at 4:55. Remember, all your family, friends, and neighbors need to know Diesel TV is where they can watch the broadcast of this weekend's event here on Friday evening as well as Saturday. So make sure that you're passing the word. DieselTV.com is where you need to go so you can watch all of the fun games and activities and drag racing that we've got set for the Yellowstone Drag Strip this weekend. My name is Scott Heaton with the NHRDA. I was just perusing through the current 2025 NHRDA event points standings, and we have got a major shakeup in the first two classes that I've looked at. There isn't any of the names here in Sportsman that I recognize until I get down to the number 4 spot with Lane Wright. I think he was a runner-up from a year ago. He's currently sitting number 4 in points. Bill Hahn is our current Sportsman point leader. Then I take a look here at the Super Diesel 770 class, and again, Lane Wright is one of the only consistent names that I am seeing from a year ago, so that's very cool that we could have a shakeup. But we do have our defending champ from the Sportsman class that made the trip from Lafayette, Indiana to participate this weekend in Robin Ridgway and her truck, Tony. So we'll be able to see her get a little bit of drag racing here on the west coast of the NHRDA chase for the championship. This is round number 3 of 4 to determine not only national champions, but that world championship coming up in September down at the Texas Motorplex. Love to see everybody that's here in Acton, Montana get geared up and make the drive down and participate in the world finals of the NHRDA and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series as we culminate a year of drag racing September in Texas. Jordan Wilcock is our leader. Jeff Avery is the leader by a lot in the Super Diesel 770 Index class. Sportsman points leader, Bill Hahn. 670 points leader, Alex Plummer. Super Street points leader is Will Terry. That's one of the names that we have seen over the years. So Will is right in the running at Super Street. Pro Street, obviously, Philip Franklin is leading that one by a gob. He's going to be tough to not be national and world champ this year. Pro Mod, Wade Minter set some new records in 25 already. Never know when you're going to see another WR out of Wade Minter. And then our big rig bracket, Rick Fenwick. Oh, Puddin' is the current points leader by 30 over Gord Cooper. Jeff Middleiter, Bobby Cowell, and Justin Clifton round out the top 5 in that big rig bracket. I got a feeling that will be a fight right down to the very end. Hot Rod Semi, Oscar Velasquez is currently tied atop the leaderboard with Gary Reese at 60. Wayne Talkington, the legend, is 10 back of the lead, and he is here ready to race this weekend. So it'll be interesting to see how things shake out as we go through our qualifiers tonight. 2 of them, 1 tomorrow. Then we enter into our eliminators at 1 p.m. So right now, everybody should be getting geared up. Finishing touches have been put on the racetrack. Finishing touches should be done down there in your pit area, as we will be calling you to the lanes here shortly. Once race control is set, I will start having you guys come to the staging lanes, getting geared up for qualifying session number 1. Remember, it will be a roughly 4:55, the opening ceremonies for our Diesel TV presentation of the NHRDA Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series, round number 3. The Big Sky Truck Fest in Acton, Montana at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. I'm Scott. I'll be hanging out with Randy and Dave, Michaela, Stace. They're all over there at the NHRDA booth. The newest swag, the 2025 NHRDA swag, is available. Stop by, get those T-shirts, hats. I know it's hot, but you can never have too many hoodies. Get yours at the NHRDA trailer. Stop by, get the free product that's being given away by Hot Shot Secret. They're powered by science. Kyle and the crew's got the goodies for you. So make sure you're checking out all of the vendors, all of the sponsors, and getting yourself ready for a fantastic night of diesel drag racing. fantastic local businesses that have gotten behind the NHRDA event here, the Big Sky Truck Fest. Thanks very much to Premier Alignment and Repair, Advanced Diesel Works, JH Motors, Gomer's Diesel, Power Driven Diesel, Rocky Mountain Pressure Wash, and Blessed Performance. Doing a tremendous job creating a family and quality atmosphere at the Yellowstone Drag Strip for this weekend's NHRDA event as we chase the championship in 25. Welcome to the NHRDA and Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. This is round number 3. I'm Scott Heaton. He's Randy Cole. We're at Acton, Montana, Yellowstone Drag Strip. Lots happening already.
Big Sky Truck Fest. This is our 20th year. We were just talking about that in the drivers' meeting. 20th year here at Acton Drag Strip. CW and his crew, one of the best in the group. We can't wait. Wade Minter's on board. We're going to set some records, Scott. We ready to go racing?
I'm ready to go racing. We're going to get through this opening ceremonies for Diesel TV. Remember, everybody can watch live at Diesel TV all throughout the course of tonight's 2 qualifiers. Tomorrow, 1 qualifier, and then we go to elimination rounds. I was looking through points. It is an abject shakeup of what we've seen in 2024 as we're halfway through the season in 25. We can see some new world champs and national champs this year.
That is it. You know, let's get off the mics. Let's go watch some racing on Diesel TV.
It's time to go racing. Welcome to the NHRDA.
We're at the world.
That's what I wanted, those little more. So welcome to the Big Sky Truck Fest as we are loading them up down in the staging lanes for tonight's event. Should have Sportsman in lane 6 and 7, Big Rig Bracket in 4 and 5, Super Diesel 2 and 3, 670 lane 1, Hot Rod Semi in 7, Super Street 6, Pro Street 5, Pro Mod 4, Top Diesel 3. No Time. We will start off tonight with No Time. The No Time drag racing. If it came with a tailgate, you can go racing in the No Time as we get ready for the very first of those to come out of the staging lanes into the water box up onto the start line and down through the traps on the 8th mile running here at Yellowstone Drag Strip. Round number 1 of qualifying, followed by round number 2 of qualifying. We also have the No Time drag race that I was talking about, and the Burnout contest will happen at 7:30-ish. All times are subject to change. It is a live event at the Yellowstone Drag Strip on NHRDA and Diesel TV, along with the fantastic crew from Hot Shot Secret. They are powered by science. So we'll go into that very first qualifying session. We will go into the No Time. The No Time racing will go first, and then we'll get into our regularly scheduled qualifying run order: Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel, 670, Hot Rod Semi, Super Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel. That is the schedule going into qualifying session number 1. I don't have eyes on that. Yep.
Test. We are waiting on one car for the No Time shootout. Silver Nova, guy named Bryce. Silver Nova, No Time shootout, lanes 1 and 2, waiting on you. We are going to start running cars. If you don't show up, she wins. All right. We're kicking the show off with some no-time action brought to you from these 12 awesome competitors that I just got to sign up this afternoon. We'll be starting off with Tim and Mr. Tyler from PRT. You guys go ahead and pull them up. These guys are also racing in other classes with the NHRDA tomorrow. They'll be qualifying tonight as well. This race is for fun and most importantly for cash.
We need numbers on the driver's side, please. We do need numbers on the driver's side so race control can take care of business. Once again, we do need the numbers on the driver's side.
We've got 12 competitors total, racing in 2 different classes. Each class has $1,200 cash on the line. That's not how we wanted to start the race. We'll get these guys backed up, timing system reset. This is eliminations, be a 400 Pro Tree. Left lane did not have a truck number on. That was the holdup. We'll get this situated. Left lane win light goes to Tyler. Left lane win light goes to Tyler. We'll see him in the next round. Second round of the no time does have a bye to the finals, or one of the competitors will get a bye to the finals. We've got Rick Fletes and Mr. Will from Power Driven Diesel here. Chevelle is out of here. Rick Fletes for the win. We'll see him in the second round. Sorry about your neck, it says in the right-hand lane. Plumb nasty. Up against another 770 truck. This is Jake in the left-hand lane, Alex in the right-hand lane. Right lane having some issues early on in the race. Left lane going to take the win. Who did I say that was? Alex Plummer's in the right-hand lane. That is Mr. Jake in the left-hand lane for the win. These two guys here, Brian and Bill, buddies showed up together, drew each other in the race. Oh, right lane's got a win light on. Must have meant left lane went red. I believe, yeah. Right lane had the win light on the whole time. This is Blaine from Bohr Diesel in the right-hand lane. Power-driven diesel with Todd in the left-hand lane. Common rail versus mechanical. Both these boys are fast. Should be a fun race. Picking up a little something in the left-hand lane over here. Mr. Blaine with Bohr Diesel got the second gen with the common rail stuffed in it. And let's see. Mr. Todd over here also has a second gen, however, not common rail. This one's mechanical. Right lane got the jump. Can left lane drive around him? Right lane with the win light. Blaine goes to the second round. Last pair in no time. We've got Bryce in a 72.5 Nova. I didn't know that existed, but that's what he said it was, a 72.5. And Miss Brooke in her common rail swap second gen. This is the last pair of no time. Then we'll switch over to the regular NHRDA program, and the no time guys will be back after first round qualifying. Left-hand lane, the Duramax-powered Nova. Sitting in the pits next to Mr. Fletez's Duramax-powered Chevelle. Pretty cool cars. Right-hand lane forgot to engage the transfer case and gives the win away to the Nova, who made a pass right down Broadway. Left lane win light for the Nova. That concludes first round of no time. We'll be back after first round qualifying.
So round number 1 of our no time is in the books. Next up will be the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. Sportsmen are coming out of lanes 6 and 7. The very first qualifying of the session for the NHRDA Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Round number 3 at Yellowstone Drag Strip. Getting ready to come to the racetrack to work out the bugs and the kinks. Get themselves dialed in for tomorrow's elimination rounds, which begin at 1 p.m. Burnout contest happened around 7:30-ish tonight. Remember, all times are subject to change. At the conclusion of qualifying, we'll have that have that burnout competition over in the burnout pit. It is not your stationary burn. Think drifting combined with burnout. So Gomer's Diesel. U.S. Parts Diesel has been providing diesel parts to Montanans and beyond since 1938. Experts in diesel fuel injection turbochargers, diesel engines, and performance parts. Being a warehouse distributor for S&S Diesel Motorsports, Industrial Injection, South Bend Clutch, Fast Motorsports, and BD Diesel, Alliant Power, and many more. Their parts professionals have the knowledge and experience to handle just about any situation. So whether you're looking to build a 1,000 horsepower truck or you just simply need your turbo for your 2015 Dodge Cummins, Gomer's U.S. Diesel Parts has got you covered. Check them out at usdieselparts.com. As our first pair of the evening coming to the line, that's Jim Younger in the 22 Chevrolet taking on Derek Younger in the 2006 Chevrolet. Remember, this is a qualifying session. Lloydminster is home for Jim. Meadow Lake for Derek, both guys out of Canada in Saskatoon. So Younger and Younger, the first two to qualify in the Gomer's Sportsman class. We do run 8th mile here at the NHRDA in the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Hot Shot Secret is set up right behind the main grandstand seating area. Kyle and the crew have free product from Hot Shot Secret while supplies last. They have that free EDT, the Everyday Diesel Treatment. Stop by, get your free product, the free EDT, Everyday Diesel Treatment from Hot Shot Secret. So blowing through the traps at a 66-mile-an-hour pass, 10.255, the elapsed time for Jim Younger. Derek Younger, a little bit worse on the reaction time, still posted a 9.14. Very good and admirable 8th mile time for Derek Younger at 54 miles an hour. Better of the two reaction time for the Younger boys was Jim going 070 lights with our first O-light of the night happening in the pair number 1 in the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. So super cool to have the local businesses get behind the NHRDA as we return to Acton, Montana and the Yellowstone Drag Strip for the 20th year. So Younger and Younger are done. The next pair coming up, that's Robin Ridgway. She is our current defending champion for the Sportsman class in the 2001 one-ton Ford known as Tony from Lafayette, Indiana. Jake Braun from Park City, Montana. Jake is another one of the names that we see consistently, especially here in Acton for the NHRDA. Neither one of those two names are anywhere near the top of the leaderboard in Sportsman class this year. I know that Robin must have scored some points because I believe she was there at the opening round in Arizona. Then they moved over to Tulsa, Oklahoma for round number 2. This is round number 3 of the chase for the championship here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. So our defending champion, she has been one of the best in Sportsman the last 3 years. She was always right there and finally broke through to the winner's circle early last year and kept that win streak alive all the way through, being national and world champion in Sportsman, Robin Ridgway. So, Tony, the 7-3 leader, one of the most consistent off the line. You're going to watch. That lady absolutely posts numbers, especially when we get to the dial-in portion. She was always just about dead on the number, and starts with an 096 reaction to a 1061 at 69 per. The 180 reaction for Jake Braun out of Park City ended up at an 869 at 81 miles per hour. That right lane, he was hooking there in that no time class, the tailgate class that we started things off with here on Friday evening at the Big Sky Truck Fest. The right lane seems to be the hookers so far. J.J. McClellan from Park City in his 04 Silverado, and Jason Pennington from Casper, Wyoming. We got a lot of states represented. Rick Flettis, who ran earlier in that no time, and he'll be qualifying in the NHRDA portion of the event later on tonight, from California. We've got Casper, Wyoming represented, lots from Montana, obviously, clear out to Indiana. Folks are chasing the championship here in 2025. So the work truck in the left lane, loaded down with that toolbox in the back, taking out the guy with the smokestack poking out of the hood, and Jason Pennington. So Pennington trying to wind that thing up with all of the sponsorship stickers on the window indicating he's running for those contingency prizes. There's a whole lot of contingency to be given out in 25. So J.J. McClellan and Jason Pennington. McClellan was all sorts of excited, just about an LB3A. So Pennington is off and running up the right-hand side of the racetrack, which is sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, Up in Smoke, the Up in Smoke diesel right lane, the Hot Shot Secret left lane. So I seen some arm waving from the crack staff from the Yellowstone drag strip as we had maybe a little bit of puke out here in our left lane, right there at the start from Start Tree up to the 60. So they'll get some brooms, some mops, get things slicked up, cleaned up, and ready to get back into our qualifying session. That does give me a chance to remind all of the sportsmen, as well as the Super Diesel class, those guys that are got their everyday drivers that they race, please make sure that everything is cleaned out of the bed of the truck. Copenhagen cans, Bud Light cans, all of the stuff, the food wrappers when you stopped at 7-Eleven. Although I tried to stop at a local convenience store, McFinney's. Yeah, make sure you got it in four-wheel drive. That always helps. I think it was McFinney's that I tried to stop at, a convenience store there on, I'm drawing a blank on the street name. Yes. I swung in there today, and boy, spooky. 2 cans of Campbell's soup and some menthol cigarettes. About all they had. So the track maintenance is happening down in the Hot Shot Secret left lane. So David Wright and Dylan Martin left to right. Staging up, Roy, Montana is home for David Wright. We've got another Wyoming from Powell and Dylan Martin. The 92 Dodge W250. The 3/4 ton Dodge taking on the 3/4 ton Chevrolet. One's got a pipe out the hood. One's got a stack out the back. And too excited was Dylan Martin getting off the line in a hurry. He's going to draw a 027 red light. He'll see that on his ET slip and decide that, hey, I've got to make a difference if I want to stay in the game this weekend. David Wright from Roy posted a very slow reaction time of a 5:36. Went through the traps at a 9:12 with a 7 at 86.5 miles an hour. Pairing them up back there in the staging lanes as they get ready to roll out for this Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class is Justin Dahl from Kalispell, the 08 Jimmy. Lane Wright, he's currently sitting in number 4 in the national points. From Lubbock, Texas, all the way up from the Lone Star State chasing the championship. He was right there a year ago in both Sportsman and the Super Diesel class. Lane Wright trying to get it back in there in 25, pack the hardware away at the end of the year, and making their way to Acton, Montana was probably a wise one. We went down to Arizona, then over to Oklahoma, now up to Montana. We'll conclude down in Texas. Justin Dahl. Once again, this is a qualifying session. They get a chance to know what they did right, what they did wrong, set their tune. Went 062 quick on the light. Still posted 8:24 with 2 at 84 miles an hour. Lane Wright, reaction times he'd have to get better, especially when he gets up against Robin Ridgway later, who is going to be very consistent in her reaction times, and Tony. So Lane Wright went 2:19 off the start, 7:55 with a 1 at the stripe at 90 miles an hour. He's going to be a hitter in 2 classes here this weekend. Gavin Michaels in the 06 Blue Oval Ford 3/4 ton staging up here in our up and smoke left lane. Hot shot secret right lane is going to be Carl Baker from Columbia Falls, Montana. Thing was new on his showroom floor back in 2000, the 3/4 ton Dodge. Hope everybody's got turn up on their exhaust tip. That way we're not smoking out the timing system, which Carl Baker just with that straight shot pipe. Fortunately, we got a little bit of headwind tonight, blowing that away from any kind of the timing and scoring system. Neither one of them was very extravagant on their start. Reaction times subpar. 8:05 with a 7 for Gavin Michaels at 91 mile an hour. Our top speed so far. Kyle Baker 278 start. 984 with a 7 at his 71 mile an hour pass. Remember, this is a index class, a dial-in class. They will be taking the telemetry that they get, the info from the ET slips, and trying to make an educated guess when they get to those eliminators. Tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, we'll give them 3 sessions to get themselves dialed in. Is once again the guys that have no idea where the brooms or the mops are at home are immediately on the brooms and the mops here at the racetrack. Little broom, little mop, little drag there in the left lane. Up and Smoke Diesel, fantastic Montanan business, getting behind the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series that has rolled into Yellowstone Drag Strip. Lots of quality family events happen all year, except those months that you guys are chest deep in snow. Make sure that you get all of the information about the Yellowstone Drag Strip. Find out about their website, their upcoming events. Supporting the local drag strip and local motorsport venues is very crucial to ensuring quality family entertainment. As we roll into another successful event here for the NHRDA and Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. National sponsors that are making sure to get behind the NHRDA. Obviously, Hot Shot Secret and PPE, Pacific Performance Engineering at PPE. Diesel Power Unleashed, built for power, engineered for performance at PPE. ARP, Automotive Racing Products, The world leader in fastener technology, ARP, once again, a big part of the NHRDA, along with Summit Racing. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be an official high-performance source in the NHRDA. Shop more, save more at summitracing.com. You'll find thousands of parts from trusted brands, parts for racing, street performance trailers, trucks, tools, accessories, and more. Download the Summit Racing app to get the parts you want faster and easier. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. summitracing.com. Also on board for the 25 Chase for the Championship, Dynamite Diesel Products and Driven Diesel. Staged up and ready to go, Daryl Knuckles. Knuckles in the 2016 one-ton Ford, and Kyle Spencer from Billings in the 2017 Chevy Colorado. This is the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. Gomer's U.S. Diesel Parts Sportsman qualifying. Neither guy was alert on the light. That is something they'll definitely be able to work out. Nearly a full second of wait between green and go for that pairing of Daryl Knuckles and Kyler Spencer. And both guys upwards of 10 seconds at 10:26 with a 2 for Knuckles. 11:72 with a 9 for Spencer. The one-ton did post a 70-mile-an-hour pass, while Spencer's truck didn't quite get to 60 in their first qualifying session here from Gomer's U.S. Diesel Parts. Bill Hahn. Bill Hahn is up. He is the current points leader from Shepherd, Montana. The 96 one-ton Ford with a stack out the back. Posting up there on the left side of the racetrack from up in smoke, Brian Keeler from Great Falls, the 2022 one-ton Ford. So Bill Hahn is the current point leader by 10 over Chase Nelson in this sportsman category for the national championship. Once again, everybody a little sleepy on the light. The only O-light so far that we've seen was out of Robin Ridgeway, which does not surprise me, as Bill Hahn posts a 794 with a 6 at 85 per. Brian Keeler went 9.763 at 76 mile an hour. Both of them have over a half a second of delay from green to go. That they'll look at that ET slip and realize that they're going to have to get better on the tree if they want to do better on the course of the weekend, especially when we get to the eliminators. So Bill Hahn, the points leader, hits his first qualifying session in the books. Dylan Thompson from Lewiston, Idaho, down in the valley, the LC Valley, 2006 3/4-ton Dodge, pumping black smoke up out of the hood. Pretty good drive to go from the LC Valley, make their way over here to Billings and into Acton for this weekend's event. So Dylan, slow off the line at a 994, goes 8:14 with a 5, 94 mile an hour per. That is the best mile per hour we've seen posted so far in the Gomer's U.S. Diesel Parts Sportsman qualifying session. And I believe that does bring us to the end of our Sportsman class for qualifying. Next up is going to be the Big Rig Bracket. Big Rig Bracket, lanes 4 and 5, followed by Super Diesel, lanes 2 and 3. A lot of the Sportsman racers that we just saw will be in that Super Diesel 770 class. So the Big Rig Bracket rolling up. Going to be Eddie Erickson from Billings and Lance Galpin from Butte. Peterbilt on the left, Kenworth on the right. Guys probably hauling loads this morning. Dumped off the trailer, said we got to skedaddle and get up to the drag strip, do a little bit of racing. So Eddie Erickson, the 379 Pete. Some about Peterbilt's and Peterbilt dealerships and probably online. There are seemingly endless accessories for Peterbilts. One of the things I noticed about guys that drive Peterbilts, all you can see is their eyebrows over the top of the steering wheel. For some reason, they slam that thing down on the floorboard. Big recliner. It's almost like they think they're driving something with switches. 670 Hot Rod Semi and Super Street. We need you to the lanes, please. 670 in lane 1. Hot Rod Semi 7. Super Street in 6. Look at that. A double O light for Eddie Erickson. The guy in the Peterbilt got off the line better than anybody in a pickup truck in Sportsman. Went 007. Went all James Bond on the start. Went 18:27 with a 1 at 80 miles an hour. This is our only class that will be running the quarter mile. Ran the full quarter in the big rig bracket. Lance Galpin went 1:14 on the start. Also very admirable for the Kenworth to get off the line that well. Through the stripe, 20.638 seconds at 40 miles an hour. So obviously he chopped the throttle at the end of his run. Cody Fox from Billings taking on Joel Asmundred. Pro Street Pro Mod, you're on a 30-minute call from Race Control. Pro Street Pro Mod, 30-minute call. And it is currently 5:30. Be ready to go at 6 bills. So Joel from Honnery, Wisconsin. He's got more vowels than consonants in his name, so I'm sure I'm butchering it. Cody Fox from Billings in the International. So as they get through the trap at the top of the racetrack for Joel, 19.257 at only 36 mile an hour, so he was just coasting there at the top into the big end of the racetrack. Cody Fox went 4:33 off the start, posted a time of 22:479, and then a 65 mile an hour pass. .670 Hot Rod Semi and Super Street. Race Control is calling for you to Didi Mao over to the staging lanes, please. 670 Hot Rod Semi, Super Street. Race Control wants you in the staging lanes. Hurry up. Aaron Dupay, White Sulphur Springs, Montana. In the big rig bracket, should be the last, I believe. So no Rick Fenwick, old guy from Cut and Shoot, Texas, deciding to not make the trip to Montana, which surprises me. I'm sure he's following along on Diesel TV. Big shout out to our buddy from down in Texas from Cut and Shoot, where all their politicians cut and run. So it looks like this will be the last to go here in our big rig bracket. Once again, they do run the full length of the drag strip, the full quarter mile. So the semi trucks run the full quarter. All the pick-em-up trucks and cars that are diesel powered will be running the 8th mile. So Aaron Dupay. That looks a whole lot like my mother-in-law getting out of her easy chair. Very laborious to get up and off of the line. Now starting to decide, hey, you know what, if I stomp on this right-hand floor pedal, things pick up and go, banging through the gears, get a salvage what was a lackadaisical start into a halfway decent pass for Aaron Dupay from White Sulphur Springs. Fantastic local businesses getting behind this weekend's event. We just saw Gomer's sponsoring that Sportsman class. Gomer's Diesel, the U.S. Diesel Parts folks, been in business and serving Montanans since 1938. That's fantastic. When you look back at nearly 100 years, you've done something right to stay in business that long. Premier Alignment and Repair, they've been in business since November of 24. They're trying to be one of those family businesses that is able to extend that run out generation after generation. Advanced Diesel Work, they've been doing it since 1997. The go-to in Kalispell and Northwest Montana for diesel repair at Advanced Diesel Works. JH Motors, Montana's oldest family-owned towing and recovery company. For all of your towing and recovery needs, it should be JH Motors, power-driven diesel. Performance Diesel Company, get everything you need to make reliable power and look good doing it at Power Driven Diesel. Rocky Mountain Pressure Wash. More than just a pressure washing company. A team of passionate experts dedicated to restoring the beauty of your truck, trailer, equipment with precision and care at Rocky Mountain Pressure Wash. And of course, Blessed Performance, a proud family-owned and operated business dedicated to serving past, present, and future diesel enthusiasts at Blessed Performance. As we are fixing to go fast, they're doing a little bit of prep out there. We do have our Super Diesel class in lanes 2 and 3, Super Diesel category. In lane 2 and 3, they are the ARP sponsored class at the NHRDA. ARP, fantastic to have them on board for the 25 Chase for the Championship, the automotive racing products, the world's leader in fastener technology. ARP is used by top engine builders and trusted in all areas of motorsports. ARP fasteners are manufactured to the highest standard and made in the USA. Key, made here at home in the USA. They do not divvy out their work. They do it here at home. Whether you're racing with a daily driver or a top diesel, ARP has top quality fasteners for most applications. If you want assurance that your engine will stay together, use the fasteners that today's top professionals use and trust. Quality, performance, and trust have been proven. That is how ARP has become the world's leader in fastener technology. Visit them on the web at arp.bolts.com. So transitioning into the ARP Super Diesel class. This is a 770 index class that is rolling up onto the line. Lane Wright, who is currently sitting number 2 in the chase for the championship here in 25. He is well back, 60 back of Jeff Avery, who is the current point leader. Will Jones, coming from Brush, Colorado, has got his 1-ton Ford in the right lane. Sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, left lane. Up in Smoke Diesel for lane right from Lubbock, Texas. So a Colorado dude and a Texas boy. Chevy left, Ford right. And lane right, he was very formidable in 24. It came down to the last pass of the weekend in Texas. And he was just about a champ, which he's trying to do in 25 as he chases the championship. Went 122 start, 752 with a 6 at 83 mile an hour for lane. Will Jones went 472 on the start, 7.867 at 97 mile an hour. That is the fastest mile per hour posted in the 8th mile here this evening, as well as bumping up against triple digits. David Wright and Mason Dahl. Neither one of those two drivers are in the top 5 so far in points in 25. So David Wright from Roy, Montana, 3/4 ton Chevrolet. Mason Dahl, 3/4 ton Dodge. Single stack out the back for the Chevy. Tonneau cover on the Mopar. Tonneau covers became all the rage in the 1980s. There were guys that made a mint selling and embroidering tonneau covers. Now they come factory. Neither one of them electric off the line. Both guys above 0.3 of a second in reaction time. Reaction time is going to be very, very crucial. It is always in drag racing, but especially when you get into the Sportsman and the Super Diesel category. If you can be consistent off of the light and run your number, you've got a really good chance. You could be the slowest truck in the field. Tony has proved that over the years. You don't have to be the fastest to win in those Sportsman and Super Diesel classes. Just got to be consistent and run your numbers. Derek Younger from Meadow Lake, Saskatoon in the 2006 3/4 ton Chevy, and Jake Anderson. Jake coming from Washington State, the Evergreen State, in his 3/4 ton Dodge, new back in 2002. Solid run going for Jake. He's going to get up there pushing towards triple digits as well. 763 with an 8th elapsed time for the guy running down the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Both guys well over a half second on reaction time. We're going to see vast improvement in reaction times once we get into qualifying session number 2 as they acclimate themselves to the Yellowstone drag strip start tree. Younger from Meadow Lake, making this a truly international event with folks from north of the border making their way down to play here in Acton. All right, we do need to have our 670s. 670s, we need you to the lanes. Race control is starting to panic, thinking I didn't announce it. If you're not paying attention, you can always follow along at 106.3 on your FM dial. If you can't hear the loud hailers, get yourself tuned in to 106.3 so you know. Gage Mackinnon from Billings. I've seen that name a lot at the NHRDA. He just posted our 3rd O-line of the night with 079 reaction time for the 02 3/4 ton Chevrolet at 89 mile an hour. Went Santa 85 with a 2. Truck number 8031, not got all the information in there yet in the 770 class. Went 355 reaction, 886 with a 7 elapsed time, 82 mile per. Is Brooke LeBeau. Hopefully I'm not killing Brooke's last name too bad, from Wiggins, Colorado. LeBeau and Dylan Thompson from Lewiston, Idaho. So it looks like you run a couple of classes for the guy from Lewiston. That was probably smart. You drive all the way from the LC Valley, which is in kind of north central Idaho, over here to the Billings area in Acton in his 3/4 ton Dodge. The Liberty Energy, Ron and Brooke from Wiggins. Asleep at the light, just like you see at the stoplight all day long in town after town. Somebody just nodding off, looking at their phone instead of paying attention to what the light is doing. 690 reaction for Brooke. Dylan went 930. So if Dylan is going to be a hitter this weekend, he's going to have to work on the launch for the Mopar. Once again, we should have 6, 7 in clay in the lane 1, Hot Rod Semi in 7, Super Street in 6. 15 minutes out. 15 minutes out. We need to have the Hot Rod Super Street, Pro Mod. You're 15 minutes out from being called to the lanes. Remember, they had that 30-minute call 15 minutes ago. Super Street, Pro Mod, your 15-minute call. Super Street, race control is saying if you're ready, bring it to lane 5. Oh, excuse me, Super Street, lane 6. This is our premier alignment hot rod semi-class with Gary Razel and the legend Wayne Talkington in the Lucas Oil MAV TV entry from Kingman, Arizona. Somehow Wayne Talkington has become a fly-in driver. Last night I seen him in the airport in Salt Lake City. He boarded with Group 1, which is first class. I called him first class Talkington when I got here today. He's like, no. I just cheated. I'm an old man. I wandered up and said, no, where do I go? What do I do? What seat do I sit in? And they said, oh, you elderly old dude, why don't you just totter on into the airplane now, way in front of the actual boarding group you were in for the fly-in driver, Wayne Talkington. Do you suppose this is Riesel or Riesel? R-I-E-S-L. Rise? So Gary Rise from Hastings, Minnesota in the Tweety Bird 74 Peterbilt. So Wayne has been talking about his truck trying to find another 1,000 pounds to lose. He's already lost in the last several months. He's lost 28 pounds. Now he needs to find 1,000 for the truck. Wayne Talkington over in the Hot Shot secret right lane, the Up and Smoke the left lane of Gary Rise. Neither one of them doing a stupendous job off the start. Something they'll need to work on, but we did get really, really good numbers. 12,887 for Gary. Wayne went 12,446 with a 6. And the first triple-digit number posted 107.81 miles an hour. Our current world record numbers here in Hot Rod Semi, sponsored by Premier Alignment, is Dave Stewart. Dave Stewart holds both ends of that world record in Hot Rod Semi, 122.50 miles an hour. In elapsed time, the ET of 11.200. All right, track prep is going on because the fast classes are coming up. We should have Super Street Lane 6, the Driven Diesel Super Street class, Lane 6. JH Motors Pro Street, Lane 5. Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod. They are calling you guys to the lanes about 10 minutes early. Probably if you started there now, you would be dead on time. They are doing that track prep for you guys in Driven Diesel Super Street, JH Motors Pro Street, and Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod. Those of you participating in no time, they want you to the back of lanes 1 and 2 for your chip draw. Bring your cars, your trucks, your race vehicles. So no time. Lanes 1 and 2 for your chip draw. Make sure you bring your ride. That way you're ready to go when we get down to you. There are a very limited number in Super Street, Pro Mod. We'll go down through those rather rapidly. Pro Street, Philip Franklin holds both ends of the world record at 492 and 155.2. Wade Minter is on property, and he also owns both ends of the world record of 432 at 162.28 for Pro Modified. So track maintenance is underway if you're following along on Diesel TV. We're going to get into our Super Street, Pro Street, and Pro Mod, then back to our no times. And I think we have a couple of test and tune hits as well at the end of this session before we go back to the top of the run order. Blessed Performance has got the dyno going. Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Big Rig Show and Shine is happening. Super cool to have Blessed Performance and the dyno on site, especially for those guys that have been bench racing, claiming that they have 1,500 plus horsepower. You can prove it. You can prove it right here at Blessed Performance Dyno. Oh, Super Street is coming up, a 590 index class. A 590 index Super Street category is coming up. Our current series points leader is Will Terry, tied with Brett Markham at 70 points. Dion Taylor at 60 in third. Larry Strawn at 40 in fourth. Chance McKelvey and Ray Ross also tied for that number 4 position with 40 points in our Super Street 590 class coming up. Sponsored by Driven Diesel. Driven Diesel, the sponsor of our Super Street class, is best known for being the industry leader in 7.3 and 6.0 liter Power Stroke fuel systems. Did you know that they also make killer transmission cooler kits for their 2011 through 2019 6.7 Power Stroke trucks? Or that their Duramax Power Steering Line kits are offered by the top names in Duramax performance? Never interested in the same product, different brand game? Driven Diesel has remained focused on opportunities to solve modern diesel problems with new and unique products. Ask your favorite diesel shop for Driven Diesel or visit drivendiesel.com for a list of their top dealers. If you're hungry like I am, the concession stand is open. Every time I smell that place, it just makes it worse. My belly's starting to think my throat's been cut. Get your dinner right there at the concession stand. They've got really, really good food, great drinks. Get you fired up, fueled up, pumped up, charged up, ready for a great time at the Yellowstone Drag Strip on Friday night. Call your family, call your friends, let your neighbors know. Drag racing is happening here tonight and tomorrow from the NHRDA and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Burnout competition coming up later on tonight. It is a hybrid of a burnout competition. Think drifting and burnouts all combined in one activity here in Acton for tonight. That will be 7:30-ish. Times may vary because it is a live event. Hey, David Anderson from Diesel TV. Can that thing turn left? Oh, man, I was wanting a crowd shot. Get these folks on Diesel TV broadcasting across the world for the NHRDA and this weekend's Big Sky Truck Fest. .670 race control and staging is asking for the Super Streets. Super Street, Driven Diesel Super Street, lane 6. JH Motors Pro Street, we want you in 5. Dynamite Diesel drivers in Pro Mod category, we need you in lane 4, please. Those of you participating in the No Time, they have asked that you go to lanes 1 and 2. Bring your race ride. It is time for the chip draw. We're going to get through these pro classes rather rapidly and back into that next round of elimination for the No Time. Following that will be a test and tune session. The Blessed Performance Dyno is operating. The Rocky Mountain Pressure Washing Big Rig Show and Shine is going on. Vendor row is filled up with fantastic sponsors and their race day specials. Concessions are open. The NHRDA booth. Get your swag, t-shirts, hats. Can't ever have too many hoodies. Get yours at NHRDA Trailer tonight. So Race Control has been calling for the 670 category to make their way to the staging lanes. Nobody has arrived. They may be participating in that No Time competition we've got going on tonight. That's for cold hard cash. Otherwise, their other category is just a qualifying session that really means nothing because they can get the same telemetry when they go racing. Well, they won't get any telemetry one day because the scoreboards are shut off. My bad. They will have no clue what they ran because it's win light only. You got to come off the line without fouling and then be the first to the stripe to advance on in this no-time racing that is coming up. We should have you guys in lane 1 and 2 for your chip draw. So it sounds like the Driven Diesel Super Street is going to be skipped over. JH Motors Pro Street, Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod are sitting back in lanes 4 and 5. Pro Mod, Pro Street respectively, 4 to 5. So Super Street, they tell me that you are in lane 6. We are ready for you to perform. Driven Diesel Super Street qualifier coming up. Super Street class is a 590 index class. Heads up, 590 index of the 8th mile, 4/10 Pro Tree. Pro ladder by closest to the 590 index without going under. So 590 is the number they want to run in the 8th. Our series points leader in the Super Street category, the Driven Diesel Super Street, Will Terry from Cedar City, Utah. Truck named Uncle Rico, the 95 Dodge. Went 482 on the start, 575 with a 3 at 121.19. In his first qualifying pass as the number 1 guy in points right now, tied up with Brett Markham at 70 for the top of the leaderboard in Super Street. So a little bit of debris being picked up down there in the right-hand side of the racetrack, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. They are powered by Science. Kyle and the crew with the best product on the market are here this weekend. Make sure you're stopping by and checking out all of the great stuff from Hot Shot Secret, including that EDT, the everyday treatment that they are giving away while supplies last. I think one bottle of that stuff will service up to 100 gallons of diesel fuel. Seems like there are about to be some shakeups in the diesel industry, what I'm reading anyway, as far as DEF and deletes. Might be some big changes here in the next little bit. We're hopeful for that. I know there are a lot of people, a lot of my friends in California that have paid some exorbitant fines for having deleted things. I wonder if they'll get their money back. Ha! Ha ha! So Myers Stump's 96 Dodge coming up. So Myers Stump looking to leg it out in the right lane. Sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Sometimes I make myself laugh. Didn't worry about the start. He's all looking about the ET. Decent launch. Went 123.98 at a 5.96 with a 9. Very solid pass from Meyer. Going to be a hitter in this Super Street category, which is sponsored by Driven Diesel. Gomer's Diesel, Sportsman class, back to the lanes, please. Lanes 6 and 7 and Big Rig Bracket. We want you back in lanes 4 and 5. Race control calling for Sportsman to lanes 6 and 7. Big Rig Bracket to lane 4 and 5, please. Your second qualifying session is coming up. Once we're done with Q2, we will be transitioning over to the Burnout Pit for tonight's extreme burnout competition. It is a combination of drifting and burnouts all in one pit coming up 7:30-ish. Moving into the JH Motors Pro Street class. Pro Street coming up. Current world record in Pro Street is held by Philip Franklin at 4.92 seconds elapsed time, 155.20 seconds. So our world record holder is here, but not in competition. He has got some power plant stuff. Just means that team is building more horsepower, more bulletproof, more better, as they do year in and year out. Matt Ray from Central Point, Oregon, the 1996 Dodge Ram. So Central Point is home for Matt as he queues up here. So Lenny Reed watching the DDP truck get ready to play. They're in the left lane of the racetrack. Sponsored by Up in Smoke Diesel, DDP, Dynamite Diesel Products, specializing in providing fuel injectors that your truck needs. High performance race trucks, daily drivers, DDP got you covered. Green light is on, spooling up. Look at the smoke change, the color change from that light gray to the deep black. Now gonna get it. Obviously was not worried about reaction time. Let's look at the numbers. The telemetry, 119.74 mile an hour, 596 with a 7 for the DDP entry for Matt Ray. Poor Boys Diesel, and one of the best wraps in drag racing, is rolling up to that left lane, sponsored this weekend by Up in Smoke Diesel. Fantastic crew getting on board, one of the great local and regional businesses that are getting involved with the NHRDA here at the Chase for the Championship in 25. Big Sky Truck Fest. So the Poor Boys Diesel entry. Got the dirty laundry parachute where they can pull if they need. Probably won't see any laundry from anybody. Maybe Minter. Maybe. Deon Taylor is normally the pilot, understanding the owner of Poor Boy Diesel. Tim Moore getting a chance to get some seat time here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. Spooling up, boiling black. Hop, skip, that suspension sucked out up very well. 559 with an 8 and 133 miles an hour. Posted from our left lane from Up in Smoke Diesel. Todd Welch from Cedar City, Utah, is 94 3/4 ton Dodge. The power-driven diesel entry queuing up on the start tree. Lots of states already represented. We've had Texas and Montana, Idaho. Of course, guys from Utah. We've got a couple have already been down the racetrack that have come across the northern border from Saskatoon to participate here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip for this weekend's Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Zippity doo-dah, another great pass for Welch. Did not care about reaction time. Post 133.8 mile an hour pass and a low of 545 with a 9 in the 8th mile. Everything but the semi-trucks. If it's a semi-truck class, which there are 2, they run the quarter mile. Everybody else is an 8th mile competition at the NHRDA Big Sky Truck Fest. Donovan Harris from Red Deer, Alberta, the second province from Canada, representing in the 01 Dodge, queuing up here in the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. That JH Motors Pro Street truck sounds and looks incredible. We should see a good number coming up out of the left lane as long as he can get the launch. Like what I'm seeing out of Donovan Harris from Red Deer in that 01 Dodge. Donovan Harris bumping into that pre-stage, then staged. 3 simultaneous amber flashes and a green light glow. Go, blew it off. Got out there to 60 and chopped the throttle. Just as we were sitting here in the tower, reminiscing and bragging about the fact that the evolution of that truck has been phenomenal. Just trying to get things dialed in. They got to get acclimated to the Yellowstone drag strip to be able to lay down the numbers that they're inclined and want to lay down in that JH Motors Pro Street class. Coming up, Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod. Dynamite Diesel Pro Mods are next. We should have all of our no-time competitors in lanes 1 and 2 for your chip draw. Ryan will be handling that, facilitating that here in just a minute. There are 2 classes. We should be down to 3 trucks, 3 racers per class. Can't say trucks because there was a Nova and a Chevelle in that. So the test and tune session following no time. Dyno is running. The Big Rig Show and Shine is going on. Food booth is open. And the tailgating is happening. Everybody over there on the right-hand side that's tailgating and enjoying Friday night of the NHRDA and Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Chase for the championship in round number 3. Wade Minter. He is the current world record holder in this Pro Mod class. 4:32 elapsed time, 162.28 from Maypearl, Texas, the Lone Star Stater of the 63 split window Corvette. You never know what you're going to get out of Wade Minter because every time on the racetrack could be a new chance at a world record. You do have to back those up at the NHRDA. You don't just get a posted number and say that's the one. You got to come within percentage points. We'll talk more about that if we do get close. So Minter's 4:32 at 162.28, the world leading time of the NHRDA in the Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod category. So the Texan has come to Montana to lay down some laps, always chasing those elusive numbers. Chris Buheider rolling him up onto the line. Buheider eyeballing the work they've put into the split window Corvette. Minter, boom diggity. Just out there past the 60 and got out of the thing. So the 63 Corvette did not hook the way that Wade Minter wanted to stay in the loud pedal. So I'm going to send it down to Ryan. I believe Ryan is going to be handling and facilitating our no-time contest from. So hard weight performance, no time. Coming up right now, it is our 670, our PPE 670 index class that missed their scheduled qualifying session. They're going to be dropped down here and get a chance for the 670s. Alex Plummer from Kingman, Arizona, and the 2006 GMC, the Jimmy, from Kingman, Arizona. Little lag in the shift out there at about 100 feet. But once that thing got in top gear, it set a top time of 6.756 at 104 mile an hour in the 8th for Alex Plummer. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel should be in the lanes. The Gomers Diesel Sportsman in 6 and 7. Big Rig Bracket 4 and 5. ARP Super D in lane 2 and 3 should all be loaded up and there and ready to go. So this is a test and tune, looking a little bit like that Burnout contest coming up later tonight over in the Burnout pit. Smoked that thing's right rear all the way out past the 60. I got to believe he's either not four-wheel drive or not in four-wheel drive. He never could get that thing to hook. This is test and tune. I'm told that there are just a very limited number of in the test and tune before we send it down to Ryan with our no time. Hard way performance, no time racing. I think he said there was $1,200 up for grabs, winner takes all, in 2 classes of that no time tailgate racing. So the track crew from here at the big from Yellowstone drag strip going to take a look at that left lane, make sure there was nothing left behind that was untoward from that last pass down track. Do want to remind all of our sportsmen, Big Rig Bracket and the Super Diesels, you should be in the lanes to start your second qualifying pass, the second of 2 this evening before we go into our Burnout competition over in the pit. So for you that are kicking it over there on the right-hand side, either tailgating or in the bleachers, the Burnout contest, the Burnout competition, the Burnout thing that will be happening later tonight is actually over here on the left side at the end of the pit area. See that Napa sign over there? Just head that direction. You'll run into the pit. That will happen around 7:30-ish. Again, times may vary due to it being a live event. We will get through all of our drag racing qualifying as well as the main event for the hard way performance no time. We'll have all of that happen on the drag strip before we go over to the Burnout pit for tonight's Burnout competition. It is a hybrid of a Burnout contest, drifting plus Burnout, and you get scores.
No time, no time, no time. Back in the lanes, we have 2 pairs to go down, 6 total cars to go down the track, trucks rather, and cars. 2 total pairs to go down. We started with a total of 12 competitors racing in 2 different classes. So we had 2 6 and 6 brackets. Coming up first in the right-hand lane is Jake. Left-hand lane is Bill. These guys are racing for $1,200. So this is the semi-final round. These guys are racing to go to the finals, so one of these guys will be in the money, and the other guy gets to go home with no money. Left lane with the jump, right lane drives around him. Right lane, Jake is going to the finals. Jake is in the money. Bill gets to go home with no money. Left-hand lane is Rick Fletes out of California. Right-hand lane, Tyler Baker out of Colorado. There is a LB7 Duramax in the left-hand lane, and the Chevelle. What year is the Chevelle? 70 Chevelle's got an LB7 Duramax right-hand lane. I don't know the model year. Probably a 2004, 2005, something like that. Got a common rail Cummins in it. These guys are racing for the chance to go to the final round, so one of these guys will be going to their final round, take home some money. Left-hand lane's out front. Right-hand lane with the wind light. Left-hand lane was out front. Looks like Tyler Baker in the right-hand lane drove around him. Rick Fletes goes home empty-handed, unless he wins something in the NHRDA race tomorrow, of course. But Tyler Baker goes to the finals, and Tyler, who just went down the track in the right-hand lane, will be racing Blaine here in the left-hand lane truck here. Blaine is not making a full pass. He's just breaking the beams. So we will see Tyler Baker and Blaine in the finals here in about an hour and a half. Nice and slow, but that guy's going to the finals, and he's at least taking home $350. $1,200 purse, split 70-30, gets $850 and $350 cash for these guys to take home.
So that will finish out that Hardway Performance No Time. There were only 6 of them in the field per class, 2 classes, so we already had round number 1. That was in essence their semifinal to set that main event bracket and see who goes home with the big money in that Hardway Performance No Time. Test and tune has been done, so we go back to the top of the run order with the Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class, big rig bracket, and ARP Super Diesel. You should be loaded in your lanes and ready for your second qualifying pass. 670 Index and Hot Rod Semi, it is your first call. We'll be hollering for you shortly. 670 Index and Hot Rod Semi, you should be getting ready to play. As we load him up with Lane Wright from Lubbock, Texas, he'll be going into the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane, looking for the Hot Shot Secret right lane is Kyler Spencer from Billings. So the Lone Star State versus Big Sky State coming up. A Chevy on the left, a Chevy on the right. Although the Chevy Colorados drove one once, was less than impressed. It sort of kind of is a pickup, I guess. So Lane Wright, currently number 4 on the national points chase, making a solid showing all year long as he has arrived from Lubbock, Texas to Acton, Montana. That sounded a little suspect out of Lane Wright's ride. In the left lane, went 166 on the start, 766 with a 4 at 87 miles an hour. Kyler Spencer, sleep on the line, went 739, 1181 with a 5 elapsed time at 59 per. So Kyler, in essence, was just coasting when he got to the stripe there at the 8th mile. David Wright and Derek Younger coming up. David will be going into our left lane, sponsored by Up in Smoke Diesel. Derek Younger gets the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Younger come all the way down from Saskatoon. in his 3/4-ton Chevrolet, the Duramax. Hey, the Napa Beer Garden is open. Ice cold adult beverages down in the Napa Beer Garden. There's nothing better than drag racing and an ice cold beer. Ice cold beer goes well with that hybrid burnout contest coming up later on tonight over in the very end of the pit area. Once again, that Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden is open. The concession booth is open with freshly made food. Vendor row is jammed up with some great sponsors with race day specials. The beautiful ladies of the NHRDA are hanging out with some swag, t-shirts, hats, hoodies. You can never have too many hoodies. Might be 90 today, but tomorrow in Montana it could be sub 15, right? Doubtful, but it could. So Race Control has put a pause on this qualifying session as they get some stuff worked out before we get back down on the racetrack. So David Wright and Derek Younger now getting the thumbs up from the starter. When I used to drink, I could say that a lot too. All right, Startman says, bring him. Come on, let's get to racing here in this Gomer's Diesel Sportsman class. Gomer'sUSDieselparts.com. Sportsman qualifying. David Wright, Derek Younger. Wright, single stack out the back. Trying to burn one down on a heater for that 3/4-ton Chevrolet. Both guys running 3/4-ton Chevrolets, both back in the early thousands. 01 for the red and 06 for the silver gray one. Decent reaction time by both drivers, starting their second qualifying session. Advantage is Younger over there in the right lane, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. He's going to go 8 flat at 85 mile an hour, 836 with a 6 at 87 mile an hour. So those guys were driving along door to door on their qualifying session. Next pair coming up on the line here in the Gomer's USDieselparts.com. Left lane is going to be Carl Baker from Columbia Falls in the Mopar. Justin Dahl from Kalispell in the Jimmy as they get their second hit at the racetrack here on Friday night. 2 qualifiers tonight, 1 tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Then we go into our eliminators at 1 p.m. 2 go down, only 1 comes back until we have crowned a champion in all of our classes in the Big Sky Truck Fest. It will all be broadcasting live across the world on Diesel TV. Make sure your family, friends, and neighbors know if they can't make it out here to the live event, they can watch on Diesel TV of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Hot Shot Secret is here in Vendor Row. They have free product, the EDT Everyday Treatment. 1 bottle does 100 gallons of diesel, and they are giving away free samples. So stop by and see Kyle and the crew from Hot Shot Secret and get the goodies for your ride. Baker and Dahl patiently sitting on the line. Pre-stages are lit. Stages are lit. 3 individual amber flashes and a green light go. An 061 start for Justin Dahl, one of the better reaction times. We've only had a handful of drivers get down to an O light. Carl Baker went 185 in his Dodge on the start, went 71 mile an hour with a 986 and 7. Dahl 84 mile an hour, 827 and 1 elapsed time off that 061 start. So Justin Dahl going to be happy with the reaction time. Is Gemma Younger from Lloydminster, Alberta, and Brian Keeler from Great Falls, Montana are staging up left to right respectively. Nope. Right lane ain't right on my screen. Just looked up from the screen and recognized both guys are in bow ties. So Younger, and what I'm assuming is Keeler, it is a 44.33 on the side of that truck. Younger went 089. You don't make your trip down from Canada to not play your best hand, and he did with an 089 reaction time. So the Chevy went 10.24 at 65 at the 8th. So Keeler, I'm assuming that is Keeler's 44.33 here in the Gomers, USDieselparts.com left lane. Tony is back for pass number 2. Drove all the way out. Tony did, with Robin piloting from Lafayette, Indiana. That's West Lafayette, the 01 one-ton Ford, named Tony with a 7.3 liter. Dylan Martin from Powell, Wyoming, his 3/4-ton four-wheel drive Dodge. The generation of Dodges that you had to just about jerk the door panel off to get the thing to shut. So Dylan Martin right, Robin Widgway left. She went 0.90 on her reaction time. I don't remember what the elapsed time was, but I'll bet she runs within a tenth. Robin is our current defending Sportsman Class National and World Champion at the NHRDA. She's an absolute hitter and a fantastic social media follow. She went 0.90 the first time in reaction time. This surprises me because she went 149. But you watch. As she runs this weekend, she'll get that reaction time dialed in, and she will be within hundredths of a second lap after lap. Went 10.66 with a 2 at 69 mile an hour. That seems about fitting for what I saw from round number 1 of qualifying. Dylan Martin went 2.85 start, 10.46 with a 2. Elapsed time at 61 miles an hour for the 92 Dodgem. Jason Pennington from Casper in the Jimmy. Dylan Thompson coming from Lewiston, Idaho in the 3/4-ton Dodge over in the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Both guys creeping and crawling. The left lane just took an eternity. I'm not sure that he didn't time out. So Dylan Thompson. Actually, both guys tripped the trigger before the tree dropped. Both guys were so amped up on Mountain Dew and Skittles that they forgot that, hey, the start tree is what tells me when to go. So Pennington and Thompson, neither one will get an ET slip. Neither one will have any kind of result to work from session number 2 of qualifying in the Gomers USDieselparts.com Sportsman class. Daryl Knuckles, 1-ton Ford. And J.J. McClellan from Park City, his Silverado. Long box, extra cab. Hated those when I was a kid. That meant there was just 2 more ricks of wood to go in it when Dad would go wood tree hunting. Both drivers asleep on the line. Swore my mother-in-law could do that. A 638 from Knuckles, 749 from McClellan. And I only make mother-in-law jokes because I can't stand the hog. Jake Braun in his Silverado and Bill Hahn in his Ford. Both Montana boys, one from Park City, the other from Shepherd. Left to right, respectively, Braun and Hahn. Sounds like I'm inside a Dr. Seuss book. Super Diesel and 670, we need you to the lanes, please. ARP, Super D, lanes 2 and 3. The PPE, 670, lane 1. Race Control is looking for Super Diesel and 670 to the lanes. Come on, bring them. Hot Rod Semi, it is your first call. The premier alignment, Hot Rod Semi. First call for session 2. Gavin Michaels, 3/4 ton Ford over in the Hot Shot Secret lane. Hot Shot Secret is powered by science, by gosh and by golly. Ready to roll for Gavin Michaels. Oh, Gavin, they're going to back him off and reset the tree. Smoking off the line, Gavin Michaels. Stops the timer at a 791 with a 7 at 88 miles an hour. You can see that on the Hot Shot Secret scoreboard. Make sure you're letting your family and friends and neighbors know that we've got this broadcasting across the world on dieseltv.com. Super Diesel 670, you need to be staged. Hot Rod Semi, they're now calling you to the lanes. First call, Super Street. The 590 Super Streets from Driven Diesel. First call. Premier Alignment, Hot Rod Semi, you should be in the lanes. PPE 670 class should be in lane 1. ARP Super D should be in lane 2 and 3. Bring them. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Big rig brackets are going to run a 1/4 mile. The semi trucks in this and the Hot Rod Semi class do run the entire length of the drag strip. So Cody Cox from Billings and Eddie Erickson from Billings, both guys local, having some fun at the Yellowstone drag strip. One drives an International, the other in the 379 Pete. I'm rooting for that International. When you roll up the line, you still got all your come-alongs and tie-down chains, electrical cords. You're a work truck. I like work trucks. Who can get through the gears the best? They're just about dead even on reaction time. Right now, the Peterbilt's starting to leg it out, pull away, drive off from Cody Fox's International. Top side, Eddie Erickson posted 19.65 at 54 mile an hour. 66 mile an hour with a 20-second pass for Cody Fox. FOX. Aaron Dupay and Lance Galpin. Both Montanans, one's from White Sulphur Springs. That's Aaron Dupay. Lance Galpin is home in Butte. 84 Kenworth. Versus the Peterbilt that's staging up there in our Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. Hot Shot Secret sponsored right lane for the Kenworth. imagine how tough it is to get those things. Ooh, hard on the clutch was Aaron Dupay. You hear that thing slipping out there past 60 before he started boiling some smoke. Galpin was too hurried to get off of the line, went 14 hundredths under with a red light. Still posted a number of 18.635 at 123 mile an hour. That is, I think, the top time we have seen thus far out of the big rig bracket class. 123 mile an hour in the Kenworth. Joel A, what I'm going to call him. Well, there's 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there are more consonants than there are vowels, but I think this is a guy from Honorary, Wisconsin. The last name is definitely a Viking name coming out of the Wisconsin, Minnesota area. 387 reaction. Running the ride down the quarter. 8th mile with 12:61. Should be able to lessen that a little bit, take 2 off. So that looks like we should have a 22-second pass, lessened it by more even with the top end speed. 19.66 the elapsed time, was coasting by the time he got to the stripe and was still able to cut that second half distance in half from what he had the launch start of. So Joel A from Honorary, Wisconsin will conclude that big rig bracket qualifying session number 2. As we roll into the next session of qualifying for Super Diesel 670 and Hot Rod Semi, gives us a little bit of a chance to tell you about the fantastic sponsors of the NHRDA.
Take care of your diesel engine. It'll return the favor. Add Hot Shot Secret to your fuel, to your oil, and boost power, performance, and fuel economy. Claims proven by third-party testing and real-world results. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the products that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessedperformance.com or give us a call, 1-800-577-2698.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
So, just finish up a little bit of track maintenance before we continue on with this second qualifying session. Super Diesel should be in 2 and 3. 670s, we need you in 1. Hot Rod Semi in 7. Super Street, second call. Pro Street, Pro Mod, the JH Motors Pro Street, and the Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod. First call. All right. We are returning to our qualifying session with the ARP Automotive Racing Products Super Diesel class. Super Diesel's second session of qualifying. Mason Dahl from Kalispell, Will Jones from Brush, Colorado. Mopar left, Blue Oval on the right. Left lane sponsored by Up and Smoke Diesel. Right lane is the Hot Shot Secret Lane. Super Diesel is a 770 class. You can't run under the number when we get to the eliminators. So basically here in qualifying, they're trying to get things dialed in with the Yellowstone drag strip so they know what kind of track surface, what kind of they can expect out of the telemetry from their ET slips. And a big old brake check there done by Will Jones. You see the nose dive as he got up there to the 8th mile stripe. 770 is the number to run. He went 7.884, 7.727 for Mason Dahl. So Mason 27 1/1000ths away from being dead on the number here in the 770 index class. The Super Diesel, which is sponsored by ARP, Automotive Racing Products. David Wright from Roy in the 3/4 ton Chevrolet with a single stack out the back, loading up into the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. Brooke LeBeau from Wiggins, Colorado in the 3/4 ton Liberty Energy Dodge, going into the Hot Shot Secret right lane. Super Street, last call. Super Street, last call. We need you to the lanes. The Driven Diesel Super Street 590 index class. Last call. We need you in the lanes. Neither one of the drivers very proficient off the start. Both of them over a half a second on reaction time. Closest to the 770 was Brooke LeBeau at a 754, went under. 852 with a 6 for David Wright, well over that wanted 770. Reaction time and running number is going to be important all weekend long when we get to the elimination rounds. Next pair coming up should be Lane Wright from Lubbock. Lane is in the running as a Super Diesel National Points Champion in 25. Jake Anderson making his way from Washington, 2002 Dodge, the W2500 in the Hot Shot Secret right side. Specialty Trucks of Lubbock sponsoring Lane Wright, getting him up and down, as well as All In Truck, making sure that guy can chase the championship here in 25. 154 launch for Lane Wright. Remember, this is a 770, went 770 with a 1. That guy is dialed. Lane Wright, you can see that he's going to be a contender and a hitter as he chases that championship at 80 miles an hour. Jake Anderson posted 887 with a 1 and a 94. Much better on the mile per hour, much worse on the elapsed time, which is actually what's going to matter. So Lane Wright trying not to be wrong in Montana. Derek Younger from Meadow Lake, Saskatoon, the 2006 Chevrolet. And truck number 8031. Did not get any info out of that driver other than the tech card with a number. Get to the tail end of this AARP Super Diesel qualifying, round number 2. Everybody getting 2 shots at it tonight before we go over to the Burnout pit. Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden is open. See that down there at the top end of the grandstand seating area in the pit side. Out there in the pit area is where that Burnout contest will be held. For those of you that are tailgating or on the right-hand side of the bleachers, when we get to that Burnout competition, you'll want to cross over into the pit area. Derek Younger, 801 with an 8, so he was a little under 3/10 off where he wanted to be. The 8031 was well off the 770 to 927 and 7. Dylan Thompson and Gage Mackinnon, the next up. Mackinnon brings his 3/4 ton single double stack out the back Chevrolet into the Hot Shot Secret right lane. The guy from the LC Valley in the Mopar, Dylan Thompson, taking it into the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane. Seven inches left for the bump in for Dylan Thompson. And he's going to be LB3A, left before the third amber. He got into that deep stage category and panicked, stomped on it. Not going to get an ET slip as Gage Mackinnon with 806 with a 6. So he's getting closer to the number of 770 that is going to be able to propel these guys through rounds of eliminations tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. 11 o'clock tomorrow morning is our third and final qualifying session before we get into the eliminators. So Gage Mackinnon from Billings making good on his home track. However, he is way, way off on reaction time. He's got to do better if he wants to win rounds tomorrow. You wait on the line in this very hotly contested and super competitive class, you're going to be left behind when we get to the eliminators tomorrow at 1. Alex Plummer from Kingman, Arizona in his GMC Sierra, along with the Nova, the Duramax Nova that we saw run a little earlier, as we've now transferred into our 670 class, the PPE 670 Index class. Super Street, we still need you guys coming. The Driven Diesel Super Street. Pro Street on call along with Pro Mod. Super Street, they're calling for you to the lanes. Let's roll. Blinking in was Alex Plummer, the Chevelle, lurching. I think he lurched through the light. Trying to get that control. That last 7 inches is a dirty bugger, isn't it, ladies? So that pre-stage light comes on. 7 inches later, we've got the stage lights. Then it is the amber flash and the green light go. Nice and smooth stage that time for the Nova. Asleep on the line after all of that. Remember, this is a 670 class. Alex Plummer is a GMC, went 677 and 5. So just 75 thousandths away from being dead on the number. Going to have work to do when he looks at the ET slip on his reaction time. The Nova was asleep on the line with a .61 over a half a second delay before he pulled the trigger on the 821 with an 8 elapsed time at 106 miles an hour. We saw better out of that in that. I think that was maybe a private practice session where I saw that car go down a little earlier with the Duramax inside. We saw Rick Flettis out here running in his Chevelle a little earlier in that no time contest. He was bumped out in round number 1. That's just going to add fuel to the fire for Rick Flettis as he goes into true competition on Saturday afternoon. Premier Alignment and Repair Hot Rod Semis rolling up. Gary Reese out of Hastings, Minnesota. In Tweety Bird, we got Wayne Talkington, the legend in the 63 Kenworth. Peterbilt left, Kenworth right. Reminder of the world record in this class is 1120 ET, 122.5 mile per hour. Super Street, Pro Street, we need you in the lanes, please. Driven Diesel Super Street, lane 6. JH Motors, Pro Street, lane 5. Hustle up, bring them. In the no time finals, we need all 4 of the no time finals back into the lane 1 and 2, please. Very uncharacteristic of the legend Wayne Talkington to be posting the pass that he has here in session number 2. I've got to believe there is something wrong on that Kenworth for Wayne Talkington. Very, very lackadaisical off the start at a 772. 22-second pass. Not what Wayne was looking for out of either of his qualifying opportunities here on Friday at the Big Sky Truck Fest. No time, no time. We need our finalists for the no times back to the staging lanes, lane 1 and 2. The Hardway Performance no time. We need our finalists back to the staging lanes. Race Control is looking for finalists of no time in lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, Pro Street, they're asking that you are in the lanes now. Driven Diesel, Super Street, JH Motors, Pro Street. You should be in the lanes now. JH Motors, one of our fantastic sponsors of today's Pro Street category. JH Motors is Montana's oldest family-owned towing and recovery company. They do all types of towing, cars, pickups, motorcycles, as well as semis. They travel the great state of Montana, as well as North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. With over 75 years in the towing industry, they know a thing or two. Licensed, insured, and open 24/7. JH Motors.
All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We are going to, this is the run order, so pay attention. I need Super Street in the lanes. I need Pro Street in the lanes. Then we're going to go to no time finals. Then we'll end up with the Pro Mods. So again, Super Street and Pro Street, I need you in the lanes. No time finals, I need you in the lanes. Pro Mods, you told me 20 minutes, so you have now got about 13 minutes. So again, Super Street, Pro Street in the lanes, no time finals, and then Pro Mod will end out the night. After that, we will transition over to the Burnout contest. So again, everybody that's in the right-hand lane over there, the Burnout contest is over in the back of the pits, down towards the scoreboards. When we go to the Burnout pit, if you want to transition over, we'll have probably a 20-minute break there.
So a little bit of track prep before we go to the Super Street, Pro Street, the No Time Final, and Pro Mod. Once that track prep is done, we will get into the fast classes.
No time driver Bryce. No time driver Bryce. We're looking for you in the right lane. No time driver Bryce. Looking for you in the right lane. Lane number 2.
Driven Diesel Super Street should be in the lanes, as well as the JH Motors Pro Street, Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod, and we should have the Hardway Performance No Timers in the lanes as well. Last call, Driven Diesel Super Street, last call. If you're not in the lanes by the end of this announcement, they are going to move on. So Super Street, they need to see you rolling towards the lanes. If you're not, we'll just matriculate on down the run order. So we did get one of the 590 Index Super Street class, that Driven Diesel class. Will Terry, who is the current series point leader out of Cedar City in his Dodge. Staging up here in the left lane, sponsored by Up in Smoke Diesel. Kept the burner lit all the way down track at a 589 with a 5 at 113.51 mile an hour. 5/1000ths of a second from being dead nuts on the number in this 590 Index class was Will Terry. You can see why. He is a perennial powerhouse, a hitter, and a contender at NHRDA, the National Hot Rod Diesel Drag Racing Association. It is the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Hot Shot Secret is powered by science. So we will finish out our drag racing. Well, it sounded like there has been some ick left in the Up in Smoke Diesel left lane from the 330 all the way down. We could finish out the qualifying just by utilizing the Hot Shot Secret right lane. We'll have to see what we do for the no times. I'll wait to get definitive word from race control before I bring that information to you. But they do have left lane cleanup going on. The Up in Smoke Diesel left lane cleanup will be happening. We could finish out the rest of the qualifying out of the right lane, but we do have those head-to-heads coming up in the Hardway Performance no time. Really good shot of the Chevelle, Rick Flettis. So, just coming in from race control for the Hardway Performance No Time competition that we had out tonight, there was $1,200 per class. That left lane has been soiled down. It is not going to be utilized the rest of the evening, so they have just decided amongst the drivers to split the money. There was $2,400 total. That means each of the finalists are going to go home with $600. Well, that will conclude the Hardway Performance No Time for Friday night. That means with the last of our qualifiers, we'll go down just the right lane, which is sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, to finish out drag racing here on Friday night. We get started tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Coming up tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., back to qualifying. Then we'll get into our eliminators at roughly 1 p.m. Again, times are subject to change. All day long tomorrow, we will have the dyno going. There will be the show and shine. So tomorrow's schedule, 8 a.m. gates open for competitors. 9:30 tech opens back in the staging lanes. 10:30 mandatory drivers meeting. 11 a.m. the final round of qualifying. 1 p.m. elimination rounds. Trophy presentation on Diesel TV after the final drag race of the night. We have the Burnout competition coming up. It is over here in the pit area, left side of the racetrack, just past the Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden, which is open. They can get you all ready for that hybrid Burnout competition. Think draft drifting plus Burnout. That's going to be happening in the Burnout pit over there in just a little bit, as we got a couple more passes down track to happen here tonight. We should have our Pro Street and Pro Mod go down track. Rick Flettis from Galt, California, in his 1970 Chevelle, the Duramax-powered Chevelle. The guy got some notoriety and some acclaim over the last few years as he was pulling that Chevelle, pulling a trailer all over the nation, drag racing from state to state, strip to strip. Great to see Rick out here as he's chasing this Pro Street from JH Motors Championship in 2025. The current world record in Pro Street, Philip Franklin holds that, a 492 elapsed time at 155.2 miles per hour. A couple more passes down the right lane. We'll conclude drag racing activities for tonight. Move over to the Burnout pit to finish out the festivities and the shenanigans at the NHRDA Big Sky Truck Fest. Bumps in that last 7 inches for Flettis. The wheel stand in Chevelle, powered by a diesel motor, honking it on. That thing hooks really, really well. 572 with a Ford, 123 miles an hour for Rick Flettis in the Nova. Excuse me, the Chevelle. There is a diesel-powered Nova on property for this weekend as well. Todd Welch from Cedar City brings his 94 Dodge Ram 3/4 ton to the Hot Shot Secret right lane in Pro Street. Pro Street is sponsored by JH Motors. JH Motors is Montana's oldest family-owned towing and recovery service company. Great to have them on board for the Big Sky Truck Fest. Power-driven diesel loads that thing up. Watch the smoke change color. Lays the wood to her. Good launch. Frozen rope through the traps. 139.21 at a 5:17 with a 1. So a very, very good pass there for Todd Welch. Getting down there close to that ET time posted by Philip Franklin in Pro Street of a 492. 25 100ths of a second off of that time. So the Poor Boys diesel entry, one of the best wraps in motorsports, goes to the Hot Shot Secret diesel right lane. Getting some really good remote camera views here on Diesel TV. You guys can follow along on your mobile device, or let your family and friends and neighbors know they can keep up with all of the racing here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip at dieseltv.com. Poor Boys Diesel loading up. Solid run for the Poor Boys diesel entry, 5:44 and 4. Solid run that time down the Hot Shot secret right lane, with Matt Ray coming up from Central Point in his 96 Dodge Ram, the DDP entry. Dynamite Diesel products, specializing in fuel injectors for your truck needs. Constantly upgrading machining and processes to provide the best product and performance possible at Dynamite Diesel Products. Siskiyou Diesel, performance on the side of the truck from Matt Ray from Central Point. Good hook, good launch. Wasn't worried about reaction time, just trying to post them good numbers. 591 with a 3. And 122.6 miles an hour from Matt Ray. Last call. If you want to participate in the Burnout contest, we are at last call. You need to see the beautiful ladies at the NHRDA trailer. Get hooked up. Last call for anybody wanting to participate. Make the big money in that Burnout comp, the hybrid Burnout comp coming up over in the pit area. At the conclusion of drag racing, we'll have a little bit of a changeover. Give everybody a chance from the right side over along the fence line, tailgating, and in bleachers to make their way over. Get everything, all of the safety stuff in place and set and ready for that hybrid Burnout contest coming up tonight, courtesy of fantastic footage being broadcast on Diesel TV. You can see some of the activity that is going on over in the hot pit area. Look at all of the show and shiners. You see those stacks there in the top of the screen as we pan across the folks that are enjoying their Friday evening of the Big Sky Truck Fest here at Yellowstone Drag Strip. Dynamite Diesel Pro Mod, that is Wade Minter. He currently holds both ends of the world records in this class. 4:32 elapsed time, 162.28 miles an hour in the 63 split window Corvette from Maypearl, Texas. Wade blew things off there just past 60 feet, maybe out towards 100 feet. Chopped the throttle on the 63 split window. always chasing the next big number is Chris Buheider, the technician, crew chief right now for Wade Minter, getting him back into his burnout spot. Do a little bit of measurement there on the wheelie bar. Keep that thing planted to the ground. You're going to know at about 100 feet if he's going to stay in it or not. You're going to know at about 100 feet if we've got a good one going for Wade Minter and the Corvette. Spooling up, bump it into those stage beams. Stage is on, pre-stage is on, stage lights up in 7 inches. 3 simultaneous amber flashes and a green light go for Wade Minter and the Corvette. Spooling, bumping, running. Pedaled in at about 100 feet and stayed in it to a 476 with a 3 and 152.87 miles an hour. About 10 mile an hour off of the world record, but he was right there within 3/10 on the ET. So we do have a chance between tomorrow, qualifying session, and the final to get a world record out of Wade Minter. However, tomorrow is going to be a little bit different. They will be running in the heat of the day. Looks like it's going to be about 90-ish tomorrow here at the drag strip. What are we doing here? This guy is running full on too? Donovan Harris from Red Deer, Alberta. He did not have the qualifying pass that he wanted to have in session number 1. See if he can put it together. I think we jinxed him here in the tower. We were raving and complimenting and saying really good things. The announcer's curse, for Donovan Harris. See if he can put it together here. Late stages of qualifying on Friday night of the Big Sky Truck Fest. Getting down to the tail end of any kind of drag race action on the strip this evening. We'll be going over to that modified burnout competition here momentarily. Why are these people just randomly running? These are the guys. All right, so what it sounds like to me is the drivers that were participating in that no-time competition, they were also in NHRDA classes. Since the no-time is not happening, they are going to get their, detonation is never good. That is never something you want to hear out of these high-dollar, high-performance machines for Donovan Harris. Hopefully that was something he was able to shut down, did not leave any ick or yuck on the racetrack, as we do have a couple more that wanted to get their quali pass for their respective classes in, as we are down to the hot shot secret right lane due to the debris that was left in the up and smoke diesel left lane a little while ago. Sounds like we have a driven diesel super street class driver, Terry Baker, that's wanting to get a chance at the racetrack. That was a good one. 5:41 and 135. One of the better runs of the night. Good on you, Tyler Baker. Blaine Lafferty is coming up in the one-ton Dodge. He was one of those participants in the Hardway Performance No Time contest that was oiled down and out due to the left lane being inoperable here in the late stages of the evening. Snuck up on me. Blaine Lafferty from Colorado trying to post a number. Went 5:76 with an 8 and 118 miles an hour in the 8th mile. The Hot Shot Secret right lane. Remember, Hot Shot Secret has got free product, the EDT Everyday Treatment. One bottle is good for 100 gallons of diesel. It'll make a difference in your work truck, your race truck. If you've got a diesel, it'll make a difference for you. See the folks at Hot Shot Secret, Kyle and crew. Get your free EDT while supplies last. Jake Anderson, the 2002 3/4 ton Dodge'em. As the Doppler effect happens for Jake Anderson as he goes down the racetrack to a 94-mile-an-hour pass at 8:3:43. And here comes that diesel-powered Nova that we saw earlier this evening, going to get a hit at the racetrack. Bryce Nicholson from Codhurst, Alberta, in the 72 Chevy powered by Duramax. Late rolling into the throttle, just kind of eased that thing out to 60, maybe 70 feet before he started to really get into it for Bryce Nicholson. Makes a 109-mile-an-hour pass to finish out his night. And it sounds like we've got one last pass of qualifying here on Friday night. Remember, we will start our third and final qualifying session at 11 o'clock in the morning. Elimination rounds at 1 p.m. So the last pass of the night down the Hot Shot Secret diesel drag race in right lane. Powered by Science's Hot Shot Secret. Kyle and the crew do a tremendous job. Make sure you check out all of the products, not just the free EDT that they have available while supplies last. Vendor row is jam-packed full of fantastic sponsors of this weekend's event. Race day specials abound at the Big Sky Truck Fest. Show and shine coming up tonight. We got the Big Rig Light Show. Burnout contest is happening in just a few minutes. Give us about 20 minutes after this pass down track, and we will be transitioned with Diesel TV over to the Burnout pit in the hot pit area, located just past the Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden that is open. So the Ford finishes out 79-mile-an-hour pass to conclude the drag race portion of tonight's Big Sky Truck Fest. Don't forget the Big Rig Show and Shine is going on. Big Rig Light Show happens later once Mr. Sun goes away. And give us a few minutes while we transition some personnel and equipment over to the Burnout Pit. A reminder to those of you in the right lane that have been tailgating or hanging in the bleachers, that Burnout competition is over in the pit area. Just hit that Napa Auto Parts Beer Garden and keep on going after you stop and get a fistful of ice-cold adult beverage. Go on over and watch that modified Burnout comp that's happening in the Burnout Pit tonight. All part of the fun games and shenanigans of the Big Sky Truck Fest at your Yellowstone drag strip.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the products that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessedperformance.com or give us a call, 1-800-577-2698.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
So as everybody is migrating over towards the Burnout pit, kind of give you an idea of what is happening in this pro class of the modified burnouts. Think drifting / burnout competition all rolled into one. It is a judged and scored event. The judges will score pro runs on a scale from 0 to 100 points. Continuous smoke is a 25-point possibility, are scored on how well they keep the smoke rolling from start to finish without breaks. The amount of smoke is a 25-point possibility. Huge clouds are required for maximum points. The more smoke, the higher the score. Judges will consider variable wind conditions when scoring. Using the whole pad is a 25-point possibility. They're scored on how well they use the entire pad during their burnout run. Driver style and ability, a 25-point possibility. Overall tempo, aggressiveness, vehicle control, and crowd-engaging theatrics will be rewarded in this category. Scoring deductions. Minimum run time is 45 seconds. Anything less results in 0 points. Tread remaining on burnout tires. Subtract 1 to 5 points per tire. Stopping or stalled engine during a run. Subtract 1 to 5 points. Backing up during the run. Subtracting 1 to 5 points. Crashing hard into barrier or moving barrier is a disqualification. So there's your rundown of the do's and don'ts and how things will operate over in the Burnout Pit in just a few minutes. The Burnout Pit is up next on Diesel TV at the NHRDA Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series at the Big Sky Truck Fest. So we do need to have all of our Burnout competitors queuing up, please. All Burnout competitors queuing up. There are 9 of you that should be loading up right now. CW, come to the tower, please. CW, if we could have you to the tower, please. Once again, we do need to have all of our Burnout competitors. There are 9 of you. We should have all 9 of you queued up. Kyle Giacometto, Dylan Martin, Myers Stump, Scott Gray, Jeff Specht, Kane Fisher, Casey Schock, Nathan Gutierrez, George Gladstone. All of those competitors should be over there in the queue for the Burnout pit, please. Those of you around the pit, if you can hear me, put your hands in the air. We got you on a Diesel TV shot right now. I see one dude. One dude standing over there by an SUV. Got his hand up. I don't know if he's hollering for free beer or what. All right. So the power-driven diesel burnout pit is about ready to come to life. I just heard over race control that they were just finishing up with the drivers' meeting with the 9 competitors that are trying to run down the money in this modified burnout competition, drifting/burnout. I ran down through the rules from the NHRDA just a few minutes ago. Big rig light show when you guys start noticing that Mr. Sun has dropped down below the horizon. You gotta turn those lights on for that big rig light show. So once again, the criteria, each with 25 possible points: continuous smoke, amount of smoke, use of the whole pad, and driver style and ability, as the judges will be scoring these pro runs on a scale from 0 to 100. So the very first competitor of the night in the 1-ton Ford, that is Kyle Giacometto from Broadus. That is a 2020 Chevy 3/4 ton. My apologies, I was looking at the wrong list on the sheet here. So Kyle Giacometto has got his 45 seconds underway. Remember, they're scoring off of continuous smoke, the amount of smoke, the use of the whole pad, the driver's style and ability. And that Chevrolet is ruining tires. I'd say he's got to have a good score on the amount of smoke and continuous smoke. But is he going to use the whole pad? I like the driver's style and ability as well. Remember, this is 45 seconds according to the NHRDA rulebook. 45 seconds worth of burn, and he's got the right rear still clipping. That left is trying to play too. Just now getting more smoke coming out of the left rear. Hard on tires, hard on brakes, but a lot of fun. Big Sky Truck Fest at the NHRDA Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. The thing about that 2020 Chevy is going to smell like tire smoke for the next 2 years. He'll forget that he did this until this winter when he kicks the heater on. He'll be like, oh, I remember that was the Burnout contest. Give a round of applause to Kyle Giacometto. So Giacometto was the first to go. We'll wait to get the official score from our professional judges that are judging and scoring this Burnout comp. Remember, the points are based on a 25-point possibility in continuous smoke, amount of smoke, a whole pad, style and ability. So Meyer Stump should be coming up next. The Dodge Ram out of Cedar City, Utah. So Meyer Stump will be the next to go into the pit. Currently, Kyle Giacometto will be the leader. I have yet to hear the official scores, but I'm sure that they are taking care of that. We will go with Meyer Stump here momentarily. All right, so the Mopar from Utah with Meyer Stump. Meyer has been out here participating earlier today in the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Meyer going to start lighting them up. Remember, continuous smoke, the amount of smoke, use of the whole pad, style, and ability. What they give points for, they take points away if you don't get the full 45 seconds of burn, how much tread is remaining. If you stop or stall, if you back up, you're going to lose points. Crash hard, you're disqualified. Rolling smoke in the Mopar. Meyer stump. See, Meyer is smart there. You want to get the points for utilizing the entire pad. That's the way to start. Burn around the edges and end up in the middle rolling donuts. That's a cool shot on Diesel TV right now. I wish everybody could see that here live. The ripple effect of the smoke was a great shot from the Diesel TV crew. I wish I was better versed in cloud formations because I know there is a name for that in the clouds. What we just saw out of the diesel smoke from Meyer's stump, entire smoke, whipping that thing around. Smoke is good in this competition. Big smoke. There's that really good shot from Diesel TV again with the ripples, the waves in that tire smoke as it kind of lingers here on a Friday evening at the Yellowstone drag strip. Burnout Pit competition is sponsored by Power Driven Diesel. Super to have them on board for the Big Sky Truck Fest. And a solid 45 seconds there for Meyer Stump. Hopefully Meyer Stump's participation in the power-driven diesel burnout pit doesn't cost him a chance to be able to get over here on the drag strip, as that thing was puking a bunch of smoke. Seemingly was at an idle, but good run for Meyer Stump. We'll wait to see our scores as to who the top dog is right now, as Kyle Jim Cometto was the first to go. Now we should be moving into Scott Gray in the 08 Infiniti G37. So the Infiniti G37, normally one of those cars that is highly coveted to go drifting in, launching into the power-driven diesel burnout pit. Low on smoke compared to the pickup trucks that went first, but he is utilizing the entire pit. That will be a benefit to his points. Just not producing the tire smoke that we saw from the pickup trucks. Those low-profile tires now starting to elicit a little bit of smoke. But remember, that's a big part of the points. Continuous and amount of smoke, two different categories that each have a 25-point possibility in the power-driven diesel burnout pit. Hear that thing bumping up against the rev limiter of the Infiniti. Big Rig Light Show. Big rigs need to be turning on those lights for the Big Rig Light Show. The Diesel TV cameras making it look a lot brighter out than it is as dusk is falling here at the Yellowstone drag strip. Perfect time for all of our big rig people to start turning lights on during the big rig show and shine and light comp. Remember, it is 45 seconds and he's got to get to the tail end of it here for Scott Gray in the Infiniti as he finishes out to a round of applause from all of the folks that have turned out here on Friday night. Jeff Speck from Billings is coming up next in his Lexus. The 92 Lexus is next. I am not an official judge, but right now my money is on Meyer's Stump as the leader. Meyer in that Dodge Ram from Cedar City, Utah, for me would be the leader due to the fact that he had the continuous smoke, the solid amount of smoke, used a lot out of the pad, great style and ability. So again, unofficially, I would have Meyer's Stump as the leader. Scott Gray just finished up in the Infiniti. That means Jeff Specht in his Lexus from Billings will be the next out. Can he develop the smoke that we never did see out of the Infiniti? There's some smoke. There's the Lexus trying to roll it in. Boy, there's a lot of speed to this one too. He's getting around a lot. But will it be enough to take over the lead? My unofficial leader in Meyer's Stump. Meyer never had a moment where that entire pit was not completely engulfed in tire smoke. The wind has not changed. There's relatively zero breeze here this evening. Not as if somebody got blown away when somebody else has hung and stayed. That is one of the things that the judges do take into consideration, is if the wind is helping mitigate smoke. Right now, Jeff Specht has got one laying on here for his Lexus. Got to be running out of that 45 seconds of allocated time there for Jeff Specht as he gets right up against the barriers, utilizing as much of that pit as he can and try to get those additional points on the 25-point possibility, 1 to 25 in those 4 criteria of continuous smoke, amount of smoke, utilization of the whole pad, style, and driver ability. Good run for Jeff Specht, but still not enough. I would still think that Meyer's Stump, in my book, Meyer's Stump in the Dodge pickup would be the leader. As we next go to Kane Fisher from Billings, 2001 BMW 325. So a Beamer is coming up. Big Rig Light Show. You guys can start turning your lights on, please. All with the Big Rig rides. Start turning those lights on. Kane Fisher in his BMW. Rockets into the pit. Now, can he develop a little bit of tire smoke? Slowly but surely, it's starting to build. I know what Shirley's got to do with it, but it's starting to build some smoke for the Beamer. There was a guy named Trey Sykes that used to race the NHRDA that drove a diesel Beamer. Hopefully he's watching on Diesel TV tonight. Just not developing the amount of tire smoke that we saw out of Meyer's Stump. Can you hear that thing popping up against the rev limiter in the Beamer as Kane Fisher's rolling coal, rolling smoke, burning up a little bit of that fossil fuel that it takes to make rubber tires. You think you can get away from fossil fuel, you're crazy. Everything we use has got fossil fuels in it, from your toothbrush to your tires, your clothing, your shoes. Kane Fisher getting to the tail end of his 45 seconds, and I believe that continuous smoke is going to be a problem on the numbers for him. Still unofficially, Meyer's Stump is my leader in this modified burnout competition, as Kane Fisher and his BMW finishes out. Casey Schock is coming up next. 2001 3/4 ton Dodge from Harding. That's the way you do it. You go back and you put on some of them junk, weather-checked, wore-out tires, you eat them up and try to win some money. Lighten him up on his entry. Casey Schock. Rear wheel wells lit up on the back of the Mopar. Continuous smoke, amount of smoke, They're going to have to work hard to catch up with what Myers Stump was able to do, because he completely obliterated any kind of camera shot that Diesel TV had. You just kind of had to guess and wonder where that truck was at in all the copious amount of smoke that they were laying down from Myers Stump. So Casey getting towards the tail end of his 45 seconds in the 01 Ram. Once again, he's going to be one of those guys that gets nose blind to the stink of tire smoke until December, till this fall when he turns the heater on and it all comes rushing back to him. If you've ever done a burnout that filled the car with smoke, you know what I'm talking about. Is it is something that you get nose blind to, just like a stinky house or a stinky car, but it just lives inside that heating and air conditioning element. Once you kick her on, boy, you remember quickly about the fun you had in the summertime. So Casey Schock finishing out his burn. Again, unofficially, I would still have Myers Stump as the leader, with Nathan Gutierrez coming up next. The Nissan 300, what is that, a 350Z? 350Zs are the highly coveted car when it comes to drifting. So the continuous and amount of smoke have been the detriment to the cars comparatively to the pickups here in this power-driven diesel burnout pit. As the Nissan starts to blow around the outer edges of the pit, trying to utilize those points for utilizing the most of the pit as possible, and now trying to get the smoke to roll. Once again, Big Rig Light Show. Big rigs, you need to be lighting them up. All of those are the Big Rig Light Show. And the show and shine, you should be kicking on a whole bunch of running lights. Stopping, stalling, backing up. Those are ways that you lose points in this deal, up to 5. If you run less than the 45 seconds, you can lose between 1 and 5 points. Stopping and stalling, 1 to 5 point loss. Backing up, a 1 to 5 point loss. You crash her into the barriers, or disqualified. So far, everybody has run very admirably here in this power-driven diesel burnout pit, but it has been the pickups that have actually been the hitters. The drift cars have done very, very well at that, but they've not produced the smoke that we saw early on in the burnout pit. And the finish of the run for Nathan Gutierrez in the Nissan. 2 left to burn here on Friday night, and we will conclude the festivities at the Yellowstone Drag Strip for the Hot Rods Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series at the NHRDA Big Sky Truck Fest. 2 more to burn. We got George Gladstone in the Chevy Camaro, and then we will have Dylan Martin. Okay, so the number 3 on the list is coming up. So first it will be Dylan Martin in the 92 Dodge, the W250. We've seen him out here earlier on the drag strip. Now he's over in the Burnout pit. From Powell, Wyoming, Dylan Martin. Oh, there's going to be deduction in points for the reverser for the W250. Oh, look at the chatter hop. That right rear suspension was taking some abuse, banging up and down with a wheel hop. Now starting to get a little bit of smoke, trying to overcome backing up and losing points because of it. Just finishing out by blowing donuts in the Dodge. Decent run for Dylan Martin. Still think that Myers Stump is leading in my book, with the last driver coming in from Billings, Montana, George Gladstone in his 07 Chevy Camaro. So the Camaro will be the last to go to try to bump past, in my book, which would be the leader of Myers Stump.
How long did we let these drifters go? Are we going to do the winter check first and then let the drifters go? And how long are the drifters? Just talking about David now.
So the last one that's in our Burnout contest before we have the Drifter exhibition. The last one to go, lighting it up, banging the 07 Camaro, George Gladstone. Ah, there's the pause in the action. That is never good when you're running for points. Now we're starting to get some continuous smoke, and a large amount of it, which will help him on that 25-point possibility on continuous smoke. 25 points, up to 25 points on the amount of smoke. Develop way more smoke out of this car than we have out of any of the others, the Infiniti, the Nissan, or the Beamer. And it just sounds cooler, too. He's got his ones up out the driver's side window. Having some fun. George Gladstone from Billings finishing out his run. If you enjoyed the Burnout contest, give a big round of applause for all of your Burnout folks. So now we'll be going into our exhibition from the drift cars. We'll have some drift cars come out for exhibition. While they're doing their exhibition, we will do the points tabulation on the Burnout contest. So we have just an exhibition coming up, some drifter exhibition while we do our scoring. So these guys that get 2 minutes. 2 minutes in a drifter exhibition. Having some fun with this drifter exhibition is 2 cars at a time in the pit. Having some fun. Exhibition of drifting before we make the announcement of our top 2 in the Burnout contest. These guys are not in the Burnout contest. They are just solely out there having some fun and ruin tires. What a fantastic finish for the Drifter exhibition. 2 cars at a time playing Chase and Donuts. Certainly hope the viewers at home on Diesel TV have enjoyed the Burnout Pit and the Drifter exhibition. I know the Drifters have certainly enjoyed it. Anytime they get a chance to blow smoke in front of family and friends and neighbors and get themselves some social media worthy posts, they're all about it, as you see a lot of GoPros going on down there. Yeah, it got a little bit warm. Got a little bit warm. You watch that temp gauge, jumps out, grabs the old water hose, squirt her down. Same thing I do to my cat and my mother-in-law. Just get the hose out. Use a squirt bottle with a cat, a fire hose for that fat old stepmother or that mother-in-law. And the judges' scoring has happened. And remember, everything you heard from me was unofficial when I was saying who I thought was the leader. I had no part in the scoring. I did tell you guys how the scoring works between continuous smoke, amount of smoke, use the whole pad, style and ability. There were deductions for less than 45 seconds for the amount of tread remaining, stopping, stalling, backing up. Those all had a detriment. So second place tonight, rolling onto the racetrack to accept the award and the check, is Nathan Gutierrez from Billings, Montana in his 05 Nissan 350Z. Second place in the Burnout contest tonight. So that is our second place guy tonight in the Burnout competition, Nathan Gutierrez from Billings.
You're fine. Yep, we're good. Bring in the winner. We want to see the winner. Show us the winner.
Well, that was second place, Nate Gutierrez. And now getting ready to roll into the pit and accept the lion's share of the Pro Purse and be the Burnout Grand Champion on Friday night of the Big Sky Truck Fest. All along, I thought it was going to be Myers Stump, but it ended up being our number one guy, Jeff Specht from Billings, Montana in the 92 Lexus. So the Lexus is our number one in the Burnout competition tonight at the Big Sky Truck Fest. Big Rig Light Show, Big Rig Light Show. All of our Big Rig drivers, you should be lighting up the night with all of your running lights as our winner, Jeff Specht, gets out of the car to accept the big check from the NHRDA. He is the Burnout champ and going home with $1,000 and the award. Congratulations to Jeff Specht and his Lexus being the number one top dog in the Burnout pit for power-driven diesel. Big Rig Light Show is happening as you guys wander away from the Burnout pit. Big Rig Light Show and the Big Rig Show and Shine is happening out there in the pit area. Been a tremendous evening. Certainly hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. We'll be back here tomorrow morning. Give you an idea of the schedule of events for Saturday. 8 a.m. gates open for competitors. Tech will be open at the rear of the staging lanes at 9:30. Mandatory drivers meeting at 10:30. The final round of drag race qualifying at 11 a.m. 1 o'clock, we'll go into our elimination rounds. Trophy presentation after the finals of all of our classes. We'll have the Blessed Performance Dyno happening all day tomorrow. What a tremendous evening here at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. My name is Scott Heaton with the NHRDA. Certainly hope you enjoyed yourselves. Can't wait to see everybody back to the Yellowstone Drag Strip on Saturday. Full day of activities coming our way again at the Big Sky Truck Fest. It is part of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Until tomorrow, on behalf of Randy, David, Stacy, Michaela, and the rest of the crew, see ya!
Nope, go forward. Go forward. Okay. Got it? Yep. Okay, we have a shot. Give it. Back. Okay.
Diesel TV is still getting some fantastic footage of the Big Rig Light Show, part of the Big Rig Show and Shine, and the
There you are. You're on Diesel TV, honey.
Big Sky Truck Fest.
You're on Diesel TV, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you very much.
We having fun? We having fun?
Are you having fun?
You're on TV, hon.
You're on TV. Say hi.
Don't run away from the camera. You're on TV right now.
Oh, I'm on TV.
Yes, sir.
Whose is this on?
Diesel TV.
Bryce, come here.
Okay, one more walk down and we good? Okay, I'm good. Okay.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy, boost cetane, lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
Hey guys, this is Matt with Blessed Performance, and this is the Blessed Performance Dyno Tour. For the next 26 weeks, we're going to be in 28 different states, seeing who can make the highest horsepower on this dyno right here. Not only are we going to be testing for the highest horsepower on that dyno, you need to swing by the booth and check out all the products that we make right here in America. Be sure to check out blessedperformance.com or give us a call, 1-800-577-2698.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.